Hello, everyone. Welcome. How the heck we doing? Oh, that's Pot of Avarice, Jabberwork. So the leaks were kind of crazy. They came out in a trickle at first, like it was okay, we got like a couple skills or something. But then the floodgates were opened and we got a bunch more information. So, yeah. Why are we getting too many boxes in a row? Would you rather get a main box? Personally, I'm okay with it. Go to mini boxes forever. No more main boxes. Abolish main boxes. We're gonna give it a few minutes, let people show up here, and then we'll dig right in. How's everybody doing? So, if we think about it, it's actually doubly unusual for it to be a mini because they like to do a main box for the New World release. So, if it was going to be September main, that would suggest August mini, which would suggest if you were going to do one in July, you would do a main. But perhaps because normally July has no box. Also, the other reason might be Speed Mini plus Rush Super Mini plus or Mini Super slash Super Mini slash Mini plus Selection. They might do... So actually, you know what? They might do push Rush into August. Do Rush for August. Well, if you did that, that makes whatever's coming in September even weirder. Selection is when? 26th, I believe. No, 29th? No, 26th. Let's go ahead and announce to the DLM Discord for people to sign up for the tournament. Meta Weekly alert, 30 minutes until the tournament begins. Be sure to submit your deck list or you will be dropped. Manarchist, this is the speed duel tournament for the Duel Links Meta Weekly, or the DLM Discord. So you have to be a sub member of DLM, and it is speed. Okay. So I think we've waited enough for people to start showing up. So let's kind of dig in a little bit. So first things first. Card database modifications. This is hinting at cards that are going to be coming in the near future, potentially. Now, obviously, we know that some of these are definitely coming, such as the Chronomaly and whatnot. But you may notice something in here, which is the Dogmatica cards, including Fallen of Albaz, Titanclad, and Dogmatica Punishment. Now, this may indicate that we are going to be transitioning into the branded storyline lore. And if you go in order of how those are released, then it does make sense for it to be Dogmatica first. In addition to that, it would likely mean Tri-Brigade. Potentially, if they go in order, Tri-Brigade would be the one that would come after that. So right off the bat, anyone who's talking about like branded, they're not going to do branded like anytime soon. Or they're going to start off with the Dogmatica version of it, which means this is going to be the like we hate extra deck monsters, etc. Like this here is just teasing. Like the only one that's in here is Titanclad, which is kind of whatever. I mean, it's a big Chungus that can get follow-up. Like if this is all that you're getting to begin with, is kind of not that big of a deal. And also this is just Dogmatica and not some of the other like the Despia stuff. So we could also, for example, they might decide to go maybe Dogmatica first, potentially Tri-Brigade, Despia as well, etc. But we should be starting to think about this being the storyline for the upcoming year that they're gonna do. In addition to this, we got some alien cards, which is kind of funny. We got Tindangles. The Tindangles are coming. Just a couple of them though. Some more of the snake cards. More reptilians. Otherwise nothing necessarily like super exciting. Oh, White Baking and White Lord's pretty funny. Why is Engage reprinted? That is a question for the ages. We don't know yet. So yeah, this telling us that we're very likely to be heading into the Albaz lore for the next major story art set arcs, etc. Who knows? But it's interesting to know. But yes, White Baking and White Lord. White. Oh my God. I'm not going to say it. Never mind. We've gotten some of the leaks for Dumon. Including one that is very likely to be the primary skill that you're going to play with him. So we're going to kind of skip over the others for now. I kind of want to highlight this one right here. You can only use this skill's third and fourth effects once per turn. Effect number 1, you can only normal and special summon Star Seraphs except from the extra deck. Okay, so Star Seraphs only. No Nibiru. Effect number 2 turns your ace monster into a double attacker. So that's cute, I suppose, especially since it can modify attack stats or stats. So the actual activated effects that you're going to be using the skill for, you can play a Star Seraph monster from your hand and one monster from your deck in face down defense position. So you basically turn one Star Seraph in hand to 2. So it's a 1 for 2, and it says once per turn. So in theory, I mean, I'm kind of curious if this is a once per duel as well. If you can just play 2 Star Seraphs every single turn for 1, that's pretty good. Yeah, you may be playing Star Seraphs, but you're getting 1 card Xyzes. Well, okay, not 1 card. A lot of the Star Seraphs do force you to go into 3, but it will make getting into those exceptionally easy. And some of the Star Seraphs, if I'm not mistaken, can also, you don't have to use all of them for 3. This one doesn't That does... Okay, so not all of them lock you that way. So in fact, it's just chair. Okay, that's good. Effect number 4, which is your Go Second skill, can be used if your opponent controls a card. Send one monster from your field to the graveyard and unleash your true form, Baryon Battlemorph. Then play one Star Seraph from your deck in face down defense position. It can be changed. And then add a rank up magic Baryon's Force to your hand from outside of your deck. So free monster and your rank up. Pretty good. Overall, I'm very happy with this skill. This makes Star Seraphs entirely playable. Like, no joke. Seems trash. Hard disagree. This is all you could ask for a deck like Star Seraphs. So we already knew about these skills. An Earthbound Immortal skill, which is kind of confusing. But the thing about this one is that we have basically gotten confirmation that we are going to be getting Supay Duskwalker, which is absolutely cracked for synchro-based strategies. For those of you that don't know, you can discard one card, special summon this card from your hand to defense position, then you can special summon one Supay. So instantly, right off the bat, this is if I remember correctly, it's level 8 synchro, right? No, level 6. No, yeah, 6. Valk, I'll get to it, sorry. Thank you, Valk, for the resubscription, my dude. Yes, Raka. Appreciate you, my dude. I did not mean to ignore you. I was just caught up in the moment. Ascator, right. Okay. Still, very good addition for any synchro-based strategy. So nice to see there. The actual skill, I kind of am having trouble. So it like turns off your Earthbound Immortal skill effects, but not the part where they're gonna die, but then you can make them fungus. Okay, anyways, you can use the skill's 3rd and 4th effects once per duel. You cannot normal summon monsters except level 5 spellcaster type monsters, tuner monsters, synchro monsters, Earthbound Immortal Raska, and Earthbound Greater Linewalker. Very specific collection of stuff there. You cannot activate the effects of Earthbound Immortal monsters. Okay, cool. So they don't want you, what is it? Which one is that? The one again? It's just the attack boost? Oh, whatever. Reveal one level 5 or higher monster in your hand and shuffle one card from your hand into the deck. Then add one copy of Geoglyph from outside of your deck and one level 5 or higher monster from your deck to your hand. Then send the Sun and Moon Dragon to the graveyard, which turns them on. So it means that no matter which one you go into, you'll be able to go into the other one if it gets destroyed. So cute. And add one Ascator and one Supay to your deck from outside of your deck. So basically, you don't have to draw these as bricks. And then a final skill, Select one Earthbound Immortal monster on your field to gain 3,000 attack. While considering it only already has 100, that's kind of irrelevant. It just gives it the attack boost, but permanently. So, okay. Is this deck gonna do anything? Probably not. But I mean, what this skill does is let you roleplay Earthbound Immortal. Well, will it be able to direct attack? Okay, I guess you could actually. Never mind. It's just you can't activate. It doesn't negate it. So yeah, I guess you could. Sure. And then another Spectre skill. Are they trying to fix Spectre, realizing that maybe they've... Well, anyways. So, first part, at the beginning of the duel, gain 1,200 life points and add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 monsters to your extra deck. And then twice per duel, you can gain 1,200 life points. So 9? Did I count wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You lied to me, Laser Shark. One second, guys. Oh, nice. Khan got hacked. Unlucky. Thank you for the best free OnlyFans leaks, Khan. Yeah, I see that, Norrentino. Thank you. Time you out until you can get that taken care of. So we got some rush duel skills as well, which is what makes me believe we are finally getting some hints at actually receiving our long-awaited rush duel. We'll go into those a little bit later, but suffice it to say, psychics maybe finally not garbage. Remains to be seen. But like I said, we will come back to that. So IDs added for the rush duel fusion monster types. So not confirmation, but more suggestion that we will be getting potentially something rush related for the new world. Remains to be seen, but these are the archetypes for the fusions. The other one here is apparently a new type of foiling, so something above prismatic. So very curious about that. Is it going to be a new thing that you can just get, like our version of Royal, perhaps? Or is it going to be specific to just a couple cards? Need more information. And then some kind of card trader update in regards to skills. Perhaps this is going to allow us to be more selective with what skills we get. We'll see. Who knows? So a couple more hints with the selection box, specifically Live Twins Sunny Snitch, which is the continuous searcher for live twins. This is particularly funny when you pair it specifically with Nibiru, because Live Twins is one of those archetypes that is heavily affected by Nibiru. So, lol, lamau. I'm not a big fan of stuff like this being in a selection, like archetype specific stuff. I mean, all selection stuff is cringe. Let's be honest about that. All selection cards are cringe, but at the very least, keep them to like stuff that people, I don't know. It shouldn't be archetype specific. Like the fact that like Shadal's is affected by it is cringe. Are Paleos affected by Nib? Shouldn't be, because it's a monster effect. Pot of Avarice. Very interesting. Not necessarily a ton of decks are going to be able to take advantage of it, like right off of the bat. There were some people memeing about running it in Blackluster Soldier, because you get to start with a bunch of them in the graveyard, so you could turn one pot, but no, you're not going to do that. I am curious what, I mean, obviously this is a good card. It will see play. There will be a deck / decks where this will be find a home. I'd have to sit down and think about it for myself. Offhand, I would have to imagine Nibiru and Pot of Avarice are both going to be limit 3. There's no reason to not limit 3 these cards. So if this is limit 3, what are you playing? You know, is it taking up your other, it's going to be taking up your other limit 3 slots? I'm guessing, probably. So remains to be seen. Maybe you just play one copy to have some recycles. Go ahead and not that. Okay. Well, that does lead us into the whole what's going on here. What do you mean engage outside of the skill? What does this mean? Because here's the thing. If we're getting a mini box, you can't run extra engages. The skill literally says you cannot use engage in your deck. Go read the skill. In fact, we'll bring it up right now. If it's a new skill, why would we not have it? This skill can be used if your deck does not contain Sky Striker, Mobilize, Engage. Then new skill, then why don't we have the skill? So does that mean that we're gonna get a bunch of Sky Striker cards in the box too? Because that doesn't make any sense. Unless they intend to fully unleash it. Psycho, thank you so much for the resubscription. Appreciate you. I mean, who knows? Maybe they will, but does that mean Kagari is going to be like Kagari's is 100% an ultra rare? Does that mean Kagari's and also like Engage is an ultra rare? Like, there's no way that they're just going to give us every, like, that's eating up so many slots in a box. So I'm very confused by it. Are we gonna get Dawnwalker? Who knows? Honestly, your guess is as good as mine. And did we have any more? I forgot. Did we have any more details? I mean, it is a level. Oh wait, I'm pretty sure the skill mentions Ascator. So yes. Wait, does it? No, other one. Well, it specifically says level 5 spellcaster type monsters, so good chance. Or they're future-proofing it. Seeing Tindag. So Shui, we don't know that that's actually going to be the case. All right, 1 second, guys. Cleaning up some exciting OnlyFans links in the Discord. Love it. Fletyer, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you. Drewy, Eli, Yami Kisara, Guy Bassis, Mozart in a go-kart. Thank you so much for your watch streaks as well. Second. They've been making the selection boxes way better as far as how many you can open with gems. If I'm not mistaken, it's almost a full selection box at this point. It's not quite, but it's pretty damn close. So that's not a good thing, obviously, that you're gated at all. But, you know, take what you can get, I suppose. Yo, Fletter, thank you so much for the subscription. That's very kind of you. Appreciate that. Everything that we do here, subscription-wise, does go right back into the community. If you don't know, we host a bunch of tournaments here each and every week. This particular tournament is hosted and funded through DLM, but everything else that we do is self-funded through the channel. So things like that help us to do what we do. So I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Fix that. It should be uncapped. I mean, look, I ain't gonna disagree, dude. I'm with you. I'm just talking about what is, not what should be. But overall, ooh. So you were trying to join the Meta Weekly? Okay, look, give me your start GG name and I'll get you in, and then I'll get you hooked up. You're supposed to sub to Decade for this one, but I'll make an exception for you this time. Give me your... If you can hit me up on Discord really quick with your start GG name and your deck, I'll get you in. I'll just sub you to Decade myself in response. Shut up, Cyclone. I literally just said how I would fix it. But I do need your start GG name and your deck list because we have to finish signing up within 4 minutes. Meanwhile, we can do Edge. We will in a second. I want to try and get them into the tournament. I'm a little concerned that they might not actually know how to do it. I need your start GG name plus deck list. Send to Grand Harrier on Discord. Hello, Eli. Hello, Metal. Do not ignore me. We have 2 minutes. The Meta Weekly will begin in 2 minutes. No breakdowns until we get a public apology to Mau Mau? Hell no. Means nothing to me until I get an announcement of Freerin Season 2. That's right. Get mad. Get mad, stay mad. Too much power. All right. Unfortunately, I don't know if we're going to be able to get you in time, my friend. Still no response. So we're going to go ahead and get the edges out of the way. When we return, we will have the tournament, and then we will we'll discuss these leaks a little bit more. Valk gifting doesn't help the train, unfortunately. It has to be like different subs. But I appreciate the gesture. Also, if I missed it, I'm very sorry. They changed the size of like the announcements on my OBS. It's very confusing. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. It's so tiny now. Okay. Looks like we have reached the start time. Go ahead and press the button. Make sure the drops actually went through. Did everyone actually sign up? Or I'm always spooked when this happens. Well, whatever. We click start. The Meta Weekly has begun. Good luck. Okay. Imagine being the person to end that win streak. Oh, that would be legendary, bro. You know what that would be right there? Ending that win streak right there is literally like the winning touchdown in high school in the big game. I would literally talk about that until like this game could be dead and in the ground. People stopped caring about Yu-Gi-Oh 20 years ago, and I would still be talking about that time that I ended the win streak of the guy that was 3,742 wins deep. Alrighty, let us find our first. What a cringe match right there, right off of the top. Oh, incredible. You know what? I'm in to watch one game, but I'm going to hate every second of it. Do you want it to be real, Eli? I am on a different version. What? Wait, was there an... Oh my god. Do not tell me. I forgot to update. Hello, Wanted. Are you ready to play some Earth Defense Force with me? The greatest game of our generation.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links.
It does if I close the game, Valk. Auto duel will crash your game. Okay, let's see if we... Live on stream. I wish to auto duel. Vicarian to real.
Check out my A game.
This better be broken. I did update, yes. Okay, game. Do your job! This is on PC. This is Steam version. This is Steam. What do you think? Oh my god. What do you think? Do you think I'm doing this through like a mobile, like an app, mobile app? Y'all for real right now? I don't doubt you. Maybe it's just not widespread. I don't know. He's streaming on his Wii. Sure. Alrighty, Zaga Zaga at the top. And Super Piece at the bottom. We're going to activate Toy Vendor here, sending Edge Imp Chain. Unfortunately, we draw Sabers. So it does go to the graveyard. We're going to make a Fright for Tiger. Triggering the Penguin effect. Brizzer O'Tools. I apologize for butchering your name. Thank you so much for the follow. Discarding double Toy Vendor. And we made this with how many materials? Only 2. So it is... Okay. Adding Fluffle and Penguin. Or sorry, not penguin, dolphin. Dolphin's going to be able to reset the toy vendor. Allowing us to dump a copy of Wings, which can now trigger, because we've not used the Wings effect yet. Draw, draw, trigger. Good recovery. Will anyone hack this game? Many people do. We just do what we can to catch it when we can. Hey, so we are going to end there. We don't talk about them, Guy Bassis. If I used a mod on Duel Links. What do you mean a mod? What kind of mod? Can you remove the no DDoS tag from your stream? Absolutely not. It remains there forever. We are activating Edge Imp Scythe now. Yes, leeks are my favorite vegetables. All I will say is, do not use any sort of modification that is going to break Konami's terms of service. If we catch any of that, you will... why are we activating Sharp Cannon here? Okay, we're going to go after Scythe. That's fair. Popping the Cosmic Cyclone here. That kind of mod is not going to get you in trouble, Wanted No. I think we wanted to stop using Area 0 here. Basically, we're putting our opponent on being like really low on resources, would be my guess. Because now if they want to do the Area 0 effect, it's using another card. More Duel Links animations when? I'm actually genuinely curious. If it's like certain cards do get them, like, but they've been like very iconic ones like Mirror Force. I doubt they would do one for Nibiru, but it would be funny if they did. Let's be real. Finding Engage off of the top. This will be the third and final spell in the graveyard. Activates multi-roll here. Saving the pop here for multi-roll would have been pretty nice. This is going to allow us to get to a copy of Ray. Ray into Kagari. Kagari can trigger. We can add back our Engage, which will now receive its bonus effect. All right, guys. I want your list. Top 3 cards you'd like to get a mirror force like on-screen effect. Think Ash Blossom on Master Duel. Cyber Dragon Core. Double afterburners here. Mind control. That's a pretty good one. We are going to be able to reset. Ooh. So we won't be able to get our Widow Anchor here. We can add it for the next turn. But the only thing we're going to have for disruption is going to be our Shark Cannon. Hate the Nibiru paywall. Every paywall sucks. Agreed. Sky Striker kind of nuts in Duel Links? No, not really, because they've... So, if it was fully unleashed, maybe-ish, but even then, like, realistically speaking, skills do a lot to kind of push the power level of other decks up to be equal or higher than Sky Striker. We also have, like, the gimped version of it. So, if we had Sky Striker at full power, how would it be? We can't say, but definitely better, probably. Not probably. It would be better. Why did we normal summon the bear? Oh, right. It has a it has an effect on... Jeez. I always forget about that. On-field effect of bear to get back a polymerization. I bet most people didn't even realize that. I definitely didn't. Has Duel Links unbanned any cards? Yeah, they've done a decent amount of unbanning. Thank you very much, Mr. Overdrive. Let's go ahead and bring that up. Nope. Mr. Overdrive. We got 8 Unchained, one of which is Live Twin, 3 Boral, 3 Infernoble, 2 Ballardrock, 2 Blue Eyes, 2 Sacred Beast, 2 Sky Striker, 1 Agents, 1 Fire Fist, 1 Fluffle, 1 Ida 10 Warrior, 1 Mayakashi, 1 Perform Mage, 1 Raid Raptor, 1 Red Eyes Zombies, 1 Shadal, 1 Starry Knight, 1 Tech Genus, and 1 Witchcrafter. I love how Sakadetsu gets crazy at Star Warriors every single time. Okay, so we are able to yoink our opponent's Shizuku, which means no Ray return. That said, it should be really easy for Super Piece to OTK on the crackback. The Fluffle skill lets you attach an opponent's monster to your bear, like the bear effect triggered. Using the skill. And because the equip is non-targeting, and it operates at skill speed, it can even out a tower. Bear beats everything. We're going to go ahead and get rid of Metal Foe's Fusion. That is going to be a free draw as well. Cannot respond to the Afterburners effect. Get poppin'. Oh, the bear is gone. Oh, Lord, the bear is gone. We are going to get the concession scoop. And that'll be the end of that game, but not the match. However, we are going to go ahead and find ourselves another match to watch ourselves. Is single elimination easy? We have to watch what we can when we can. And I want to watch some Raid Raptors. Have I talked to DK about what? Like, are you asking if we've interacted? Yeah. We don't really, though. I just kind of help run the Discord, help run Master Duel Meta, and if him or Gia ever want anything, they just make it known, and then we go from there. But yeah, we've chatted before. All right, we've got Yami at the top. We're going to Skullmeister here, hitting the Chaos Summoning Beast. You will not get the field spell. Tribute Lanius to the field. Okay, hold up. I need voice lines here.
Now's the moment.
Negating the Mimicry. We're going to be able to go for a Mind Control. Get yoinking. Goodbye, Haman. I'm going to turn you into a rank up spell. And a Vanishing Lanius.
Activate Strangle Lanius's effect from my hand. Raid Raptor Strangle Lanius. Raid Raptor Vanishing Lanius. By hunting me down, you've become the hunted instead. Exceed Summon.
Meister is in fact a free card, yes.
Rise to the sky. Rank 4 Raid Raptor Force Strix. I use one overlay unit to activate Force Strix's effect.
We're going to add a copy of Singing Lanius.
I exceed summon a monster. Here's rank 4 Raiders Knight. I use one overlay unit to activate Raiders Knight's effect. Appear. I build the overlay network. Exceed.
We don't have lethal if we go into Ark Rebellion.
I activate my continuous trap. Raiders Unbreakable Mind. My quick play spell. Phantom.
So, Ark Rebellion going to be immune to the TTH. We can rank up our Force Strix to dodge it, which would mean lethal damage on the field. We will get the concession scoop.
I'll overwhelm and annihilate you. Bring it on. Duel me.
Let's duel.
Duel.
Where's Moo? Probably in my roommate's closet. Hello, Sean. Okay. So we are going to go Dark Beckoning Beast into Chaos. We do have the field spell here. Chaos Summoning Beast, bring forth the Raviel. Fallen to Paradise, draw 2. We are going to also make a copy of Link Karibo here and end the turn. Normal summoning a Mimicry, not what you normally want to do. We are going to discard a Mimicry to our skill, but I don't believe we can activate it here. Going for a copy of Raider's Knight. Raider's Knight into Arc Rebellion. Arc Rebellion is going to gain 4,300, negating the field. And then we just lethal over the attack position monster. Unlucky. Yo! The return of the David? Why didn't somebody let me know he's in our in the tournament today? I haven't seen my boy in quite a while. Oh, I'm asking for it now.
Duel.
Okay, activating our skill, Fiend's Exchange. Getting rid of the dog. We are going to now proceed with our plays. Goes for the Sarama. Resets the trap. We're going to link off into an Unchained Soul of Rage. Setting another back row. Pass the turn. Yasha to the field. Yuki Masume gets dumping. Goes for the Mizuki. We do have a Forbidden Chalice to attempt to dodge. We will pop. Rage is going to float into a copy of Sarama. Unchained Soul gets popping, which will end our turn here. And then we will get a concession scoop, as we would be overwhelmed. Same difference is Eli, come now. You can't read that? We're watching replays, so they're going to go faster than normal. Replays take out all the delays of people thinking and whatnot.
Duel.
But if you mean like number of turns, yes, like the U-Bell ones were like U-Bell with like no not U-Bell, but Sacred Beast with no interaction. Your girlfriend is watching the stream with you. Please be careful what you say. I mean, you realize that incentivizes me to say even more damning things about you, right? I mean, she's got a phone, right? If she wants to, like, go into chat, whisper, and not, you know, if there's anything that she wants to know that's like... I got all the dirty details. I will spill everything I know about you. Okay, going through the Mayakashi shuffle here. Pull up his chat logs. Oh, we got plenty of chat logs. We're gonna go Aruha here, popping the Abominable. Skullmeister to negate. Prison is gonna allow us to search for a copy of Sarama. Sarama summon. We're gonna be able to reset. We're gonna go for the Chalice. Negate. unable to get to... Ooh, hold. We do pop the back row, so we are able to float here. This is going to be a bit grindy. So we stopped our opponent from getting from a Unchained Soul. So unfortunately for him, not able to get into one of our link plays. Gasha Dekoru here. We are negated. Attack 1. Gets floating into an Aruha. Attack 2. Recycle here. Attack 3. Why are we in attack position exactly? Hello, Loom! Are you ready to engage with content for days? Huge leaks. Mr. Bradaz HD came through and did not disappoint. I'm ready for the new Albaz lore world. Yo, hold. What if... Actually, unironically, Loom, and I only mean this, like, half-jokingly, you will notice, for example, I assume you've looked at all the leaks, right? On the website. So you've seen, like, the new... Okay. The new rarity leak of Chronicles... What if, unironically, the new world is them doing their whole animation Chronicles as a world? And so the new rarity is tied into that. I'm just saying. New striker cards, new live twin, Albaz. Those are all Chronicles. What if it's Go Rush? I mean, the most likely outcome is that, yes, it's going to be Go Rush. But, I'm just saying... What if? What if? Okay, let's go ahead and focus here. We do pop here, hitting the back row. Hitting an Ice Dragon's Prison, particularly good. Unchained Soul is going to go ahead and hit the... A Forbidden Chalice. Gasha Dekoru going to be able to beat over the Unchained Soul. Unchained Soul of Disaster, we're going to be able to link off into a Rage, pass the turn. Now Rage is going to be able to link off with another as well. Going for an Anguish here. We're going to pop. Skullmeister to negate. That's a pretty devastating hit right there. Gets in for 24. Not able to go for lethal, though. Abomination's Prison into a copy of Chamber. Ayakashi's Return as a copy of Winter here. Winter Effect. Into the Dog. Dog into Sarama. Sarama can reset. Okay. Pops the Dog. Rakea get poppin'. Sarama is able to float. Into an Aruha. Why not bring back the... You could have brought back like an... I'm so confused. What would the characters be? I mean, for a who knows? They could go something as silly as, ooh, that's a good pull. They could go like, okay. What if, yes, what if Loom can play as Ray? What if you can play as Tour Guide? What if you can play as Ecclesia? What if you can play as Albaz? What if you can play as one of the Charmers? What if you could, yeah, sure, play as Zeus, who cares? That IDP was particularly devastating. I want to be a Charmer, Peepo Shy. I'm just saying, if you want to generate some hype, that's certainly one way to do it. I kind of feel like we should have gotten the Mayakashi Winter into the graveyard a while ago. Did you see the photoshopped Albaz deck that's coming to be true? Yes, I have. That's an old meme. A very funny one. Blue Eyes is part of Chronicle 2. That's true. Skullmeister! Negate! Another back row. What are we? Okay, what can we even float into here? We have another soul. Oh no. Okay, hold. If that's not an IDP, we're good. That's rough. That's rough. So close. Good try, David. You tell me though, chat, which anime character or animation chronicles style character do you want to play as other than the ones listed? Anybody here want to play as one of the Sulfa chords? Leo Dancer. Not an option. Gustav Max. Not an option. Effect Veiler. You know what? I'll allow it. Dante, Whitebeard, and Mutant M05. Okay, Dante and Whitebeard I can understand. Why Mutant M-05 specifically? Why that one? What is your spiritual connection to Mutant M-05? I want to play as Dark Hole. Melfi Fennec, okay. Acceptable decision. He's just cute. All right, chat. We need you guys to be the judge of this. Mutant M-05 art. Does this fall into the category of cute? Yes, no. He's just a little baby. Yes, yes, no. To be honest, yes, yes, yes. I'd smash. Okay, Loom. Okay, which mutant does this one become, like, canonically? Which fusion is it? I need to see them grown up. Beast. Mutant. Beast. All right, guys. For all of you out there saying, like, some weird stuff like Smash, do we still feel that way? She's wearing heels. All right, Neo takes game number 1. Would get smashed by. Well, thank you for sharing that, Lady Jasmine. Can I play as Ixchel? Acceptable request. Can I play as Goyo Guardian? Sure, why not?
Duel.
All right, game number 2. Heritage of the Chalice, add in a copy of Ogier. Can I play as the Orchest Harp Horror? Yes. Can I play as Helpoemer? I mean, Quantum, I'll be honest, I thought you already were. Heyo. Oh no, wait. God help me. Remind me, I can't remember everything in the animation chronicle. Please tell me that Ritual Beasts were in there, weren't they? No? Oh, thank God. I'm not going to answer that question because I don't think she's legal. Technically. It's like Japan legal. Modulating our levels here. We're going to go for the old entity Haster. Sulfacord was, in fact, and there are Sulfacord cards we can still get. Besides which, let's be honest. Who cares about that when we have this? Where is Charles indeed? Where did we go wrong here? Why did we go for Ferocious Flame Swordsman? Did we forget what to do here? So what we should have done is send for the skill, get the level 8, bring back the glow up bulb, go into the Charles. Can we play as Pilica? No. Hello, Timber Train. I want Tri-Brigade and Duel Links to be not bad when they release. I mean, they're already going to be a little awkward just because of the limited zones. It's going to be harder to go into our Link 4. You'll have to like specifically bring back a Link 2. I mean, the main benefit of Tri-Brigade is probably going to be very easily setting up double Dragon Lords, for one. Would we even get Shirag? I mean, do you think Shirag would be too strong? Be honest, Shirag versus Abominable Unchained Abomination. Their effect, Shirag's not that broken. What's the best you could potentially set up, right? Would be Shirag with especially if we don't get Revolt right away, then your combo is going to be Shurag with why am I drawing a blank on his name? The Link 3. Rugal. Shurag plus Rugal is a perfectly fair interaction. And I'll be honest with you, one of the things that I was always disappointed about in regards to Tri-Brigade, despite the fact that it's one of my favorite archetypes as well. Valk, why you gotta be like that, bro? You do realize I stream after working like 10 hours, right? But the interaction between Shurag and Rugal is very obviously something that they intended, but it just never happened because why would you do it? It's so much resources for something that Revolt just does for you because games aren't going to go that long. So would you say we were getting Revolt? I would not expect Revolt, at least not in Wave 1. Revolt is like a Wave 3 or Wave 2 as a Limit 1 bundle. I mean, who knows about... It's not something that I would give right away. That is a 1/1. When will we get Pirelli? Hopefully never. Actually, Pirelli would be fun if you just never give them Noir. Noir is cringe. What do you mean, cap? Do you think Konami devs will modify Nib when it comes to Duel Link, like saying if your opponent summons 3 instead of 5? No, it'll be 5. It'll remain 5. The only cards, I'll be honest with you, I could be forgetting some stuff, but the only cards I ever expect to get hit with an errata that isn't burn at Emancipator, because revealing 5 when your deck is 20, gee, I wonder if you're going to hit a rock. Do you guys think you're going to be able to successfully hit a rock when you mill 1/3 of your deck? And then Runic. I imagine you have to change Runic as well. Ah, yes, let me play a card that just banishes 1/3 of your deck. Runic won't ever come. I mean, you don't know that, Loom. If you changed every Runic card to banish at most 1, I could potentially see it. Not half. No. Even half is still too many. Then it wouldn't be Runic. Pen? Hey, Pen Mason, I want you to be real with me. Check Discord. Surrender the game, Neo. You guys will restart. You are free to surrender the game. Okay, they may want Runic to be a mill strategy, but that is not how people played Runic. Runic is played as, I want access to 15 instant fusions in my deck. Will Lab be playable in Duel Links? Sure, why wouldn't it be?
Duel.
Like, I can't speak. I can't speak for what the game is going to be like when those cards come out. But, like, if you were to ask me, how do you add something like Eldritch to the game right now? First of all, in Duel Links, I'm sorry, Eldritch himself would be limit 1. He would come to the game limit 1. You have to. Eldritch in this game would just be played by everybody as just like generic removal. Why wouldn't you play it? It's literally just generic removal. Like, how would I bring Labyrinth to the game? I think Labyrinth... I think Labyrinth is a tricky one as well. Because I think Labyrinth, you might... You either limit 1 Lovely. Well, even just Lovely is going to be really good. I think you limit 1 Lovely, limit 3 Welcome. If you make it so that Lab can't play the good traps and they have to go for subpar ones, the other option would be something like don't give... I mean, you don't not give something like Lady, but we don't even know what the game would be like at that point. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Offhand, okay, first of all, why are we making Chanbara? Well, you definitely don't give Big Welcome anytime right away. That's not a card you give them. You have to remember, think from Konami's perspective. You are incentivized to slow roll the release of everything. Only give Wave 1 support. Only give partial support. Besides which, like, Labyrinth is the kind of deck you get for like 2 years from now. We're going into Despia. Grand confirmed game's gonna be a lot. The game will always be treated like a forever game until it no longer is. And we're not even getting Despia. We're getting They're not even, sorry, no, I'm not saying that we're getting it now. They're hinting at Dogmatica, not even Despia, Dogmatica, and like non-ritual Dogmatica. So this is like wave 0.5. Slow roll. I can't be playing Duel Links well into my 60s. Are you going to be playing Yu-Gi-Oh in your 60s? Ump? What's the opposite of dragon duelists? Salad can use a buff? Sure. Next time they decide to be like, to go full force and buff Vrains, why not? It'll happen eventually, sooner rather than later. All right, Lemon's going to get a chance to crack back. Can we do it with 2 cards? Normal summon Glow Up Bulb into a Sage Defleur. Okay, hold. Bring back the Glow Up Bulb. We do not need to free roar. We're gonna make Charles here. Go ahead and add the bulb back to hand. Attach the Ogier. Get poppin'. Take out the Klausis. Take out the Gozuki. Charles can attach. Making ourselves untargetable via the Excalibur. Lure will just get a skill change. Wait, what are we talking about? Is engage enough for a draw engine, or what's missing? Well, you'd have to give up your normal summon if you're trying to do that. Because we don't have Hornet drones. Ooh, Symbol Skeleton, not enough here. We will commit Honorable Sudoku, and Lemon somehow takes it in game number 3. Hello, Tinkerbell. Yes. Can't you just activate engage? Well, I mean, yes. But are you talking about using engage for just a search into, like, I don't know, Afterburner? Because I was thinking more like getting to like a Kagari, using the Kagari to get like multiple uses out of it and whatnot, which is normally what you would want to do. What do you want? Why are you headbutting me? Hello, Kata. Hello, Tinkerbell. Can you say hi? Hmm? Tinkerbell, come on. You just don't care, do you, huh? You just need to be laying here. Okay. All right, let us find another match. What is my opinion on Lacrima? What are you talking about, Marco? Are you talking about the Fiendsmith card? I don't know. I don't really have an opinion. I think Fiendsmith is incredibly unhealthy for the game, so should we really be celebrating, quote-unquote, the waifus of something that's, like, making the game horrifically unfun? I don't know about that.
Duel.
Yes. Oh, okay. I stopped listening after waifu. I think I saw the news that Mermail and Atlantean got new support. They did? but it is definitely not on the level of Snake Eyes. So if you were hoping, or even Fire King. Well, okay, maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong, but it doesn't seem like it instantly becomes a deck like Fire King did. Or Snake Eyes did, rather. They lock into water. Well, there you go. Already they've failed. Going for a Black Rose here, activating Unbreakable Mind. Necrofluor effect, Unbreakable Mind's effect. I mean, if the idea was we don't want to make another broken deck, well, congratulations. You've already doomed the TCG to like the next 9 months being of a broken deck. Like, I don't mean to tangent here, but I genuinely do not know what the ban list could possibly do to unbork the game.
Duel.
Actually, I am genuinely curious, though. We'll do a quick poll. For those of you, did you enjoy the NAWCQ? Yes. No. Didn't watch. I know I'm maybe asking a weird crowd here with fellow Duel Linkers, but I'm sure many of you also enjoy the TCG. Kasugi, you can answer yes to that question if you liked any of it. Come on. There was nothing. Well, no, okay, but I'm just. What do you mean there was nothing wrong with the event? I mean, you can judge the question however you want. If you didn't like it because of the format, if you didn't like it because of how it was run, or vice versa, I'm just genuinely curious. I'm genuinely curious. Just like, it's like a vibe check. The poll is literally just a vibe check. Because I did watch a bunch of it. Game number 3. A lot of didn't watches. Fair. The stream itself had a terrible layout. I did see that as a common complaint.
Duel.
It's just format issues on my account. I'm usually way more open towards it. That's completely fair. Serena, I think people's complaint with it was there was a lot of wasted space. They could have theoretically made the play video area for the play area much larger, but I think the best way to describe it is, imagine that Duel Links was actually a full screen game, but then we chose to only have that much screen space dedicated to it. You'd be like, bro, why aren't you using more of the screen? You got like You got all this area you could be using. I think that's what the complaint was. So we are going to rank up into Requiem. Successfully popping Skullmeister effect to negate. Okay, we're going to go for the Stellar Wolf here. Sage de Fleur's effect, insulating it. Is there a reason we're not negating the wolf? I hate Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes. A lingering effect that has a triggering condition, right? How does it know when to activate? It doesn't activate. How does it know when for its effect to become a thing that manifests itself into the world? Let us find another game. Yes. What's your overall reaction to the leaks? I mean, it's hard for me to say there because generally speaking, I'm always excited with any leaks. But if I had to narrow down my overall feelings and impressions into like a tangible, digestible form, 80% excitement, 20% annoyance. I'm not a big... I don't like selection. I don't like selection packs. So having a selection pack exist, anytime we get that, it's like, okay. Here we go again. Like, it's one thing when we can get through the selection packs and basically be like, yo, did this matter? No, not really. Cool. So a good example, I think, would be like Forbidden Droplet. Well, here's the thing. Is Forbidden Droplet being stuck behind a selection box paywall actually that impactful? I would argue no, because Droplet just isn't that important right now. Actually, the bigger issue isn't even Droplet, in my opinion. It's the Shadal Trap. That's a way bigger deal, unfortunately. So yeah, anyways, we're still kind of just in this like waiting period for the new world. I think anything we're getting now, while being generally exciting, because any new content is exciting, I'm so hyper fixated on, I just want to know what is the new world. gonna be? What is their plans? Because, like, that sets the stage for everything. Because it's going to answer a question one way or the other. If it's just Go Rush, well then, I think that's probably the safest but most Loom already confirmed. Confirmed what? How did Loom confirm it? You better be able to have some goddamn receipts, Marco. You don't trust Loom. You know what, Loom? I'm sorry to say this. At the end of the day, if I had to make a judgment call, no, I don't trust you. I'm sorry. Have many people quit Duel Links lately? I mean, it continues to have a gentle decline, sure. But the decline that we're having currently is attributable to the summer. The question is, what happens with the new world? Does it bring people back? People want to quit Duel Links over Nib. The vast majority of people saying that are just being reactionary. Wait to see what actually happens. Wander says, I lost all interest when Agents came out. Out of curiosity, Wander, I'm genuinely curious based on that comment. So when Agents got nerfed, what, were you already checked out and you just didn't care anymore? Weren't willing to start playing again now that that the deck that you left because of was gone? That's game one. I'm just a casual, watch tourneys and sometimes play the game. And sometimes play. Game is too expensive for me. I play Master Duel more due to it being really free to play. Fair enough. I do appreciate you hanging out when you do. You can, Hans, but it's a different kind of free to play. Well, of course, my dude. I appreciate you, like I said, I appreciate you hanging out. The fact that you still want to keep on what's going on means a lot to me. We are up a game here. Does Master Duel even consistently give people gems? Yes, if you play the game, if you play the game often, you can build up gems over time. So to give you an example of what you might classify an extreme casual in Master Duel, I built up like I barely touched, not barely. I would say anytime a festival comes around, I would do maybe like half of it. Half of the stuff in a festival. And I built up like, I'm trying to think. So the last major deck that I had was Vanquish Soul. Was my last deck. I then saved resources until this box and built Ubel plus Centurion. It took me 10k gems that I'd saved up plus like 250 UR, something like that. So I went from Vanquish Soul, skipped all of Snake Eyes, skipped all of Fire King into this most recent box. And that's from an extreme casual. Like, again, maybe doing half of what you can do in every event. Do you like the waves of support in Duel Links? I like the mini box approach. I wish Konami would do more mini box approaches. If Duel Links was to switch over to just always doing mini boxes, the game would be a lot more approachable. Because if you think about it, imagine you came to Duel Links and you were able to go into this most recent box. You picked up Unchained. You picked up Sacred Beast. You had to go into the other box for that as well, so maybe it's a little bit more. But you have 2 meta decks off of one and 1.5 boxes, basically. You know, we've obviously talked about the ways that they could introduce crafting without bringing crafting. Give more box chips, make box chips be able to give more stuff. Give out more dream tickets. Allow dream tickets to be earnable both from PvP and from like a dual pass-like system. There's so many ways that you could do crafting without an exact true crafting system. It's an entirely solvable problem if they want to do it. It just sucks that unfortunately we have this really awesome game that is, you know, it has to it deals with the fact that it has so many things getting in your way of what is otherwise an exceptionally cool game. You know, it really honestly breaks my heart whenever I will go into something like DK's stream and he happens to be talking about something Duel Links related and you just see all the metric shit talking that's going on. Excuse my language. And they're shit talking a game that has cool stuff. No, but not even just that. What I'm talking about is here, for example, is one of our most recent tournaments that we held. That one's slightly older, but still. This is a fairly diverse breakdown. This is arguably an incredibly diverse breakdown. And you will go into the stream and you're watching like the 8th Snake Eyes or Ubel mirror match in a row where everybody's complaining like, oh, Maxi won the game for him. And you're like, you guys are in here complaining about a boring, stale meta with nothing but mirror matches of the most boring, stale decks with the same hand traps like Maxi determining the games. And then you're out there shit-talking our game when it has... This, what we have right there is more common than the tier 0s that we occasionally get. This is the norm for Duel Links most of the time. And yet we have to endure just like the endless barrage of... all because Konami just won't do a couple right things. Just a couple right things. You don't even have to change the game completely. Just make it a little bit better. Please. Anyways, what do you think of Nib? Will it be toxic? No. Most decks cannot play Nibiru. Okay, here, I want to let you in on a secret. On ladder, you will hit King of Games and maybe never see Nib one time. Nib will almost exclusively be a meta sheep tournament problem. Nibiru will be as good as Droll. No, it'll be better than Droll. The problem with Droll, and technically the problem that Ash Blossom would have, is that there's just enough ways to bypass to get to what you need to via skills that, like, Droll and Ash just can't affect. It's like, cool, you drolled me. Anyways, activate skill, search my deck for a card, add it to my hand. Nibiru could be like Lancia. Entirely possible, yes. So what do you think is this leak looks like meta changing? So you're asking what from here do I think will change? Like, okay, if we ignore stuff like the Dogmatica stuff, because if the Dogmatica stuff comes, you will probably see people play those just because there's enough of a strategy there, potentially. If we ignore that, I see... You will see people play Chronomaly. It won't be great, but it'll be better than what it is. It will be a tier 3. It'll be a tier 3 deck. It'll have like initially like 2 to 3 people probably top with it. Then it'll be one of those decks that you see 1 to 3 every week. Just because it's good enough and has a much better game plan now. The Shark deck, I need more information. It's pretty funny. I think it has some plays there too. But again, I don't see that deck as being like game-changing, game-determinative. Actually, strangely enough, I think I see the most potential, and I say that with a very careful amount of like a caveat. Dumon's skill number 2, the Star Seraph skill, is unironically a pretty good skill. We might see some kind of toolbox Xyz deck using it. I don't... Okay. Bro, I don't think you understand. If you get to do an Xyz play every single turn for 1 card, that's really good. We talked about it at the beginning. Star Seraph is worse Performage. I disagree. I think you guys are I think you're misunderstanding exactly what you're going to be able to do with this skill. You have 1 Star Seraph in your hand. You play it to the field. You get a free Star Seraph from your deck. Already, 1 card can now go into a rank 4 play. You have not normal summoned yet either. So if you want to go for one of your 3 card Xyz, you can do that. But If this is once per turn and not just once per duel, you will be able to do a rank for Xyz play every single turn. Do they have guaranteed follow-up? You just need one Star Seraph, Dwan. If you look at this skill, you just need a Star Seraph in your hand. And you get 2 on the field. 1 from hand, 1 from deck. And the only Star Seraph that locks you... the only Star Seraph that locks you is the chair. Sovereignty. The only one that locks you to needing to do 3 is Sovereignty. That's the only one. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 main deck monsters. But you still need 1 in hand next turn. You're asking how... Bro, what do you mean? If you can't assume that you're going to have 1 card in hand... Like, what? Like... It also has ways to draw cards as well. So I don't know what to say. I'm just saying, trust me. I think this skill is going to be slept on. It's going to be better than you think. It is a really good skill. It is not like... It's not like... Sherry level, but it is good. I would put it... How to put this? There are pros and cons to it compared to the Perform Age skill, but it and the Perform Age skill are more closely aligned than they are different. Let me translate that, Imames. I don't speak that very well. Star Seraph sounds like Perform Age, but worse. I would say slightly worse in some ways, slightly better in others. I apologize for the bad translation if that doesn't sound correct. You can't put Orchest in it. It locks you to Star Seraphs. Because here's the thing. You also aren't, like, locked. Okay, Lemon, you're not wrong. But the counterpoint is that it is going to be one of the few decks that opens up the ability to do the 3 monster rank 4s that most people ignore. So you now get to also look at those 3 monster rank 4s, and some of those may see play. So like I said, pros and cons. Yes, I'm aware about Teller Knights. And also, don't forget, it does have a bonus effect that your boss monster also gets to attack twice. So that's nice as well. You summon Scepter, add Throne, skill summon Deltaros, and destroy without opportunity to chain something. Yes, correct. It will do that. You can skill put a card on the field, and your opponent can't respond. That is actually very smart. So for those of you that don't know what Imane was talking about, summon Scepter, search chair, skill chair to field, and then get a third card as well. If they don't do something when you flip up the monsters, they will have a chance to respond when you flip up. But if they don't, then you can do something like Deltaros, which your opponent can't respond to. And in that scenario, you're gonna get... You would get... the pop off of Scepter. It has 2 pop. Oh, are we talking about getting a second Scepter? Or wait, hold on. Deltaros. What deck is this in conversation about? Star Seraph. We're talking about the skill. This one right here. I genuinely think this skill will be decent. We'll see. 1 card Ouroboros sounds good as well. Yes. Please stop making me face Unchained. Hold on. Let me go ahead and rig the bracket so that you face more Unchained. Be right back. Is that skill incoming? Oh, it's coming. It's leaked. Delicious Leeks. It's the character that we'll be getting. Dumon. The odds of us getting this skill as it is like 95%. And I don't say that lightly. We are almost assuredly getting... I don't know about on the 26th, but whenever the character is obtainable. Elfo Man sends his regards. You're saying the skill, but you don't know who he is? He's one of the Barian Emperors. What are you talking about? He's like the Barian Emperor that nobody cares about. I just don't know when exactly he's releasing. And also, when he releases, they're never obtainable right away. So it's probably obtainable on, like, I don't know, the 29th or something. You say the 26th. Okay. But is he gonna be obtainable on the day that they're released? Which has happened like twice in Duel Links' entire history. So, when do you think he's obtainable? Probably on the 29th, right? Because it's usually like 3 days after the release. Swear to God. Why am I shouting? Because I'm angry! So we have the final match before we go on to the top 4. In the top 8 today, we had Blue Eyes, Starry Night, DeFleur. Why? We have this matchup, which is Madara versus Augustin with these two decks. We had Gozu versus Lemon. Gozu defeat, and that's a Blue Eyes versus Infernoble DeFleur. So that's 2 Blue Eyes in the grand finals. Where the hell did you guys come from? We had Omsom and Aizen. That was TG and Unchained. So TG will be moving on. So 2 Blue Eyes, TG, and then whoever wins here. Damn, what happened to Witchcrafter? Lost in round 0. Unlucky. I will be honest, last night at work was really dumb. We dealt with 2 situations that were quite possibly some of the stupidest that I've dealt with in quite a while. I don't know if we need to go story time into it, but... Do I work at a restaurant? No, retail location. No, we do not work at the same job. Okay. So the location that I work at has fuel attached to it as well. So I look outside and I see a vehicle being pushed towards where the fuel is. You know, not that unusual. It happens. It's not common, but it happens every once in a while. Now, the state that I live in has traditionally been full service, not self-serve. One of the 2 in the U.S. that was not full serve or not self-serve. We recently passed a law, however, that it makes it half and half, so it's like both options are available. However, if you want to do full service, you still have to pay first. Or sorry, self-serve, you have to pay first. Did we go back a meta? Yes. So they try and start pumping before they've paid, which obviously isn't going to work because you have to pay first. And then they proceed to just... Oh, ad break. I'll wait. Sorry. We'll wait. Cliffhanger. Real! In England, you pump then pay. You want to know what would happen here, oof? That's how you get a lot of stolen fuel. So we do have a ray on the field, which means any of our spell traps are currently offline. So we are going to be able to make our plays essentially uninterrupted here. Kind of curious why we went this route. Gonna go for the Nightmare Unicorn. Get rid of that back row. Gonna go for the recycle here. Forbidden droplet as well. Banish the burial from a different dimension. You have to wait for this match to be over. Semifinals is gated until all 4 people are ready. I will message all the top 4. Okay. Looks like story time can resume. So we were pretty busy and I was not able to immediately figure out what they were doing, but I finally go out after like 20 minutes. Now keep in mind, they haven't pumped anything because they haven't been able to, but they're at the pumps for like 20 minutes and they pushed it in. So already in my head, I'm like, they clearly don't have any fuel because why else would you push it in? So I get out there and I'm like, you know, because my other workers are busy and whatnot. So I get out there and I'm like, so what's going on? Nothing. I'm like, cool. So I notice you're trying to pump fuel and you haven't paid yet. So why? Car's broken. Your car's broken. What does that have to do at all with the fuel situation? And they're like, I don't know. I'm like, okay. Well, do you have any money? No. Do you have a plan to get any money? Like somebody bringing you money, gonna Cash App you, anything? No. So you pushed your car over here from where you had it parked across the street, because I noticed you earlier. You were in a parking lot across the street. You pushed it here with no money, no ability to get any money. And I'm pretty sure you were hoping you could just steal gas and then leave. And they just kind of like, they don't answer to that. So I'm like, well, you're gonna have to leave then. Like, I can't have you just like post up here. Can we just park in your parking lot? No. Me and my coworker are gonna help get you pushed like back over. No, I want to go across the street instead. Okay, I just want you out of here, so sure. So we proceed to start helping them push the vehicle to get it across the street. Now, keep in mind, it is the dead of night, so there's basically no traffic on the road. Now, we are on a major thoroughfare, a major like road that gets a lot of traffic during the day, but thankfully right now it's very slow. The dude, we start to push it, hits the brake after getting one lane into the middle of the road. So he is now blocking one full lane at a diagonal angle and partially into the second lane. He then puts the e-brake on, and I'm like, what are you doing? I look over and I see a car is coming. So I have to like, I'm like, dude, like, you cannot just be here. So I kind of direct the car that they need to go to the further lane to avoid potentially hitting this vehicle. Takes us like 3 minutes for him to figure out how to take the e-brake off that he himself put on. So it's like, so finally we get it moving again. He's not smart enough to like turn the wheel correctly. So he doesn't even end up getting off of the road. He just gets onto the shoulder of the furthest lane. At this point, me and my coworker are like, you know what? We're out. Good luck. So we go back over to our job. Meanwhile, they're like a third of the way into the farthest lane, which I don't care at this point. You figure it out, homie. You got there in the first place. They then proceed. Do I know? Sure, he knows how to drive. Well, I'm pretty sure they were homeless living in their car. So like, I don't know what their situation is. You can't check in because I haven't started it yet. I will be starting it momentarily. And you never have to apologize. It is no problem. Let me go ahead and ping everyone, and then we will get this going, and when we will continue story time. Psycho. Madara. Gozu. And Amsam. Your matches have begun. Well, no, I got more. I'll finish up the story. Don't you worry. So we go back across the street. And now, mind you, I'm usually really good at reading a situation. And my read on this one was I wanted him off the property because I was like, oh, if he just like parked his car, left his car at the pumps or put him in a parking space, he's going to be here for the next like 12 hours. He's not leaving. Sure enough, for the next rest of my shift, he is across the street, like just on the side of the road at an angle, like 1/3 of the way into the third lane. So people are assuredly having to like dodge it. I occasionally hear him screaming across the street. I assume partially in frustration, but also like just whatever else. The woman who is with him eventually comes over a couple hours later, and she's like, Hey, I'm here for an emergency can of gasoline. And I'm like, I'm sorry, what? Yeah, I want you to give me an emergency can of gasoline. You know, like AAA. Like roadside assistance. I was told I was told you have that. You want us to just give you free fuel? Yeah, I was told you do that. No. No, we don't. Well, that's not what I heard. I don't know what you heard or where, but, no? What's your manager's number? I want to leave a complaint. Here's my store number. Good luck. You can call when they're here in the morning. No, I want your manager's number right now. I want my free emergency gas. I'm not making any of this up. I am dead ass serious. I deal with some of the stupidest at my work. So finally, I'm just like, you need to get out of here. Now get this. So when I leave work is when like morning, not rush hour, but like post rush hour, where it's not as busy as rush hour, but it's still really busy. They proceed to start pushing their car out into the middle of traffic again. Now, mind you, this is a 3-lane road. They are now taking up 2 of them at a time because they're pushing it across the road, bringing the entirety of a major thoroughfare through my city to a damn near standstill because they are pushing it at like 1 foot every 10 seconds. Why are you not calling the cops? Because at this point it's off my property and I don't care. It's literally a not my problem at this point. I'm also, at this point, I'm usually exceptionally busy. So there are so many other people that could be calling at this point. Again, at this point, it's not affecting me. So I don't care. I'm sure some other drivers called at that point. But again, I already call the police a lot. Just because of the dumb stuff that we have to deal with. I'm not calling for something that's technically like out of my purview at this point. And so they initially started this at like 1 o'clock in the morning, and they were obstructing traffic as I left at 8 o'clock in the morning. So that was like a good 7-hour saga. Alrighty, we have Gozu at the bottom. We're gonna go alternative into Blue Eyes, activating Battle Chronicle after we make our Dingirsu set 3, pass the turn. Cosmic Cyclone, sniping the Forbidden Chalice. We're gonna grab a copy of Warwolf here. Fossil Dig as well for a copy of Miscellaneousaurus. You are a really patient person. I mean, I have to be, dude. I have to be. I don't mean to be mean, and so I do apologize when I say this. So the location that I work at is at a major thoroughfare. So for those of you that don't know the United States, in some areas we have a pretty significant homeless problem. And what I mean by problem, I'm not judging them as people, but wherever there's homelessness, there tends to be a lot more crime, theft of that nature than just like mental illnesses, drug use, etc. And our location in particular isn't at a major, like, crossroads where a lot of the transients... There's a way past my location that goes down towards the river that we have in our area, and there's, like, a lot of camps down that way. And then they come up along the sidewalk, and then there's, like... It's a major thoroughfare towards downtown, where, like, a lot of the resources they take advantage of are. So what I mean by that, though, is that we tend to get a lot of... We're, like, one of the only public bathrooms for, like, and I'm not even joking, probably a mile in any direction. Translate that to, like, 2 to 3 kilometers in any direction. Like, literally, the only public bathroom, somehow. We also tend to be a location where a lot of people get their water from if there are transients, because we give out free water. But we are constantly having to do stuff like, make sure people aren't hanging out, because typically the more people hang out, the more no good they tend to get up to. So we're very strict about making sure that people come in, do their business, then leave, etc. But it is like, it does mean that we do oftentimes have lots of interactions where me and my coworkers have a running joke, which is, I don't know if you guys know what a sovereign citizen is, but it's like a person who thinks that they're not beholden to rules, laws, etc., because they're not a citizen of your country. They're citizens of Earth. Well, we have this running joke where we will say, if we see somebody that we think's going to be a problem, like if you ask them to leave, they're not going to leave or whatever, we just say, we have a code word, which is eminent domain. It's like a running joke from this idea that, like, wherever I am, I own this eminent domain. I'm taking it over, eminent domain. So we will basically, like, if we see somebody that we know we're going to have trouble with, if we need backup, we just say, hey, over there, eminent domain. And we usually have to call that out a couple times a night. So Gozu takes game number 1. We have some of those here in Argentina. We call them idiots. Fair. Main expansion. Yes. The rules of the road don't apply to me, like? Yes, kind of. I am not I know this is a bit of a tangent, and I do apologize. We've all gone down those rabbit holes, right? For some reason, the Sovereign Citizen video thing was a rabbit hole I went down. And just the stuff you would hear from those videos. I am not driving, I am traveling. The Commerce Clause. You cannot stop me from traveling. I don't need a driver's license to drive this car because I am not driving. I am traveling. I am going from one place to another. Have you never heard this stuff, Kisara? Your country, the United States of America, is not actually a country. You are in a corporation. The Magna Carta of 1683 says that this is a corporation, not a country. What's going wrong? So many things, Kisara. Trust me. What's the weirdest stuff? I mean, bro, we'll have to have like just like a story time day where I don't take up what should be casting with the different stories. I've got unbelievable stories that I could tell you. One back row, halberd cannon, good luck gamer. Go to California, it's chill here except for the weather. What part of California though, Reseline? California is a very big state. For example, I could say don't go to Northern California because that's like where the hills have eyes territory. Closed summon! Alternative white dragon destroyed. We will normal summon our blue eyes white dragon. TG often doesn't go into the link anymore. I'm just talking about, like... You don't belong around here, Mako Pin. You might want to get on back into your car and get on out of here. Lund says, I've worked remotely in customer service for a company in California, and I couldn't believe how dumb people are allowed to be. It's... Sundown towns? I mean, kind of. I'm being a little overly dramatic here. To be fair. Are we really just going to OTK twice over? That back row. Please tell me that back row is something. Some. Please! That is not the something that I was hoping for. That's just going to be lethal. Alright, well, everybody's out here trying their new decks, old decks, and Gozu just says, Blue Eyes, I'm a normal summon bat chest. Go ahead and... You know what? Go ahead and try Nibiru me. The most you're going to get out of me is 3 summons. What is the name of the TG player? I'm probably mispronouncing it, but I have been saying Omsom. And I apologize if I'm butchering it. The language, that should be Arabic. If I'm not mistaken. Ahmed. Okay. Ahmed. How do you pronounce that last one, though? Is it Sagam? Sajam? Sameh? So it's Ahmed Sameh. Or Sama? Sameh? I'm probably butchering it. I do not mean to butcher the name. I apologize. Use translate? No. We head on over to the other top 4. Once had a 50-minute argument with an old lady because she wanted a free refund after she found out that the product came from China and they made the purchase 2 years ago.
Duel.
2 years. Nice. That's incredible. Okay. So we're going to be going through the zombie lines here, Mad Mauler. Bring it back. Vampire Sucker going to get a draw. We're going to be able to go for the Immortal Dragon. Immortal Dragon drop a copy of Mizuki. Finally committing to our normal summon. It's going to be Samurai Skull dumping another Mizuki. We're going to end on a Sun Saga, using it to go into a Yuki Onna. Mizuki bring back. Then going for a Skill Saga, 2 back row, and we are ready to go. Brings back the Zombie Dragon Lord here, which will be able to bring back another monster of its own. Do I know what it means? I understand... I understand it is a meme, but I don't actually know what the meme itself means, no. Or what the word means. I figured it was just one of those words with no meanings at all. My wife works in retail. She got a complaint yesterday. She would not return spoiled food and give refund. And the customer didn't even bring the food to the store. And again, Kisara, stuff like that, I just figure is... Okay, I don't know how many of you did this. And I'm sure a lot of children would do this. And maybe siblings would as well. People will just, like, make up words. When you're younger, when you're a child, when you're younger, you would just make up words, right? And you and your friends or siblings, you would know what those words meant, but nobody else did. The brain rot style memes feels like the adult version of that, of just like, y'all are just making words up now. And I mean, I guess that's how language works. So good on you. But you've also now told everybody what the words mean. I mean... So at this point, I just sort of go, yep. Don't get me wrong. I try and stay up to date on... you know, your various memes, but it's like there's so much out there. You cannot keep up with everything. And at a certain point, for your own sanity, you just have to be like, I'm okay not understanding every single meme. We're gonna go ahead and Successor Soul away our opponent's Unizombie. We are still going to be able to get to our plays here, though. Only one interruption. Unizombie effect, get dumping. Going for a Sun Saga here. This is going to be a pop, hitting that back row. We could have activated it, but we chose not to. I mean, I guess worst case scenario, we're just leaving the Chungus on the board. But it should be an easy cleanup from here. Grand trying to downplay himself. I've seen him spam Shika Noko Noko. Okay, well, first of all, I've never spammed. I take offense to that. And I have posted, like, 1 or 2 things. I've actually tried watching that, by the way. That show is trash. I'm sorry. It is so bad. I will enjoy the occasional memes, but the actual show itself is just bad. So this is going to be a bit of a boomer take. How many of you remember an old anime called Excel Saga? So the Excel Saga is literally one of those animes where it just doesn't make sense. It's just, it was like the 90s version of brain rot. Something like My Dear Friend or whatever is just like the modern version of a bad version of Excel Saga. I feel like I have to subject you guys to a few seconds of Excel Saga now. Actually, maybe not. I don't want to risk the VOD. Okay, technically easy, yes. But it was not funny. I don't know how to put it. It may have been funny, but I think it was like unintentionally. No, not unintentionally. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. Hello, Illust. What's my opinion on Dokuru-chan? I don't think I've ever seen that. What the hell is that? Bludgeoning Angel. What the hell? Alright, I already don't like the art style. That was actually not my gameplay, Illust. We are doing a tournament. We are actually about to do the grand finals. Where am I from? I am from America. West Coast. If you do not know, as the name on the channel, I am Grand. I work, or I host a bunch of different tournaments here. Exclamation point, well, if I can spell correctly, exclamation point Discord. This is a Duel Links Meta Weekly. It is associated with the duellinksmeta.com website. This is the tournament series that was originally hosted by Decade. I have since taken over doing it after he moved on to Master Duel. We also host several other tournament series as well, the Grand Prix and the Rush Duel Grand Prix. We occasionally do ladder streams as well. We're doing our best out here to help keep the Duel Links competitive community or tournament scene alive. Hello, by the way, Fan Luna. Gozu TPC win? True. But okay, hold though. Would Gozu actually say anything if that happened? I am from Las Vegas. Yo. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I think I would die if I was somewhere like Las Vegas. I do not handle the heat well. How long have I been streaming? 2 years now? Something like that? We typically stream 1, 2, 3 to 4 times per week. Mondays, 2 p.m. Eastern. Wednesdays, 2 p.m. Eastern. Sundays, 2 p.m. Eastern. And then sometimes Thursday, Friday, Saturday, one of those days for random ladder. Want to make money for streaming. I mean, would anyone ever say no if they could actually make money doing it? But I'm gonna keep it real with you. You have to get really lucky to make that work. I am content doing it as a hobby for now. The duel is ending. No prediction. Did you talk already about whether you think the Albaz cards will be in the selection box? Reseline, I would be shocked if they're in the selection box. That would literally be like game destroying in my opinion. Oh, well, I think we know how this is gonna go down, guys. Alternative and Blue Eyes to the field into Sanafond. Activates Battle Chronicle, grabs Successor Soul. Our opponent will scoop it up. Go to game 2. Is the cat behind me? No. Oh no. Oh no! No! Skibbity, not like this! Well, everyone, that brings the Duel Links Meta Weekly number 340 to a conclusion. What are you gonna do? It's literally a hard counter. Spectate bug? No. Wait, was it? Hold. Hold, wait! No. It was a spectate bug! Actually real! I mean, let's be honest, we know how it was gonna end. But, I will say this, Gozu, unironically, I think, and I know, no one ever is going to do this because we, you know, mods would catch you. You could just tell Gozu, yo, I got the spectate bug, and he'd be like, whatever, okay, let's play again. I got the spectate bug again. All right, let's go again. Spectate bug again. Whatever, let's keep going, bro. Like, Gozu is a machine that just wants to beat your ass. Excuse my language. So we are going to see, I mean, getting to go first here does mean we actually get to set up a play, which is going to make it exceptionally difficult for much more difficult for Gozu here. So I did miss a question. It is actually one that I like to answer. I also want to stream, so give me any tips. Okay, as somebody who literally started doing this from scratch as well, and you know, obviously this this community of ours has had a little bit of success. The number one rule is you just have to go in to streaming with zero expectations. And what do I mean by that? Don't go in expecting to have immediate success. Second rule is you need to act as if you have a large audience, even when you don't. Now, I will say one of the things that makes all of this absolutely fun is actually having people to interact with. Like you see the chat box up there with people actually talking and actually getting to interact with them. That is a lot of fun. Okay. The problem is that most of the time that up there is going to be either slow moving or empty. And so what you have to do is act like it isn't. Just talk as if you're talking to somebody who isn't even there. But you just pretend like they're there. And then what's going to happen is that people will come in. They'll see you. Like, if you come into a stream and the person's just like, the most you might get from people is like, hi. And then it's like, oh, hi. It's really hard to engage with that. But if you just do like a stream of consciousness about whatever you're doing, like just talking. So like casting a tournament can be exceptionally easy because a lot of times you can just be like talking about the plays that are happening, like what you think they might do, what they're going to do, etc. But if you're like, let's say that you're streaming something like, I don't know, let's say you're streaming Fortnite. Just talk about what you're doing. Like, oh, I think somebody's over that hill there. I'm going to go ahead and creep on around here. You know, just what, like, I'm obviously like, just stream of consciousness, just talk. So that when people come in and see you just yapping away, it's very easy for you to, like, they come in and they're like, you know, they say, oh, man, really good shot. And you're just like, yeah. I was setting that up there. You know, I got this, you know, weapon loadout that I feel really good with. And, you know, I'm thinking this, and this, like, just yap, keep talking, whatever. That's going to be the best way to, over time, it's going to be, people are going to be like, damn, I'm at, like, this person isn't just like a silent staring into the void. Anyways, those are the two most important things that I would recommend. Oh, Sorry, third thing, and this is super important. Set up a streaming schedule. People need to know when they can find you. It's fine if you have a random day. If you ever want to just hop on and stream, do it. But have a goal, or not a goal. Have set days that you will always stream outside of whatever, you know, like, oh, I can't stream today because I'm not feeling well or something came up. So, like, for example, here we do Mondays, Wednesdays, Sundays, no matter what. And then occasionally I will do an extra day. But people, if they see that you have some regularity, they go, oh, I know I can always show up Monday, Wednesday, Sunday. And get people used to wanting to show up. It's very important. So like what we do here with the tournaments, or sometimes delete Sunday, delete Rush Duel. So our field is currently full, but as soon as we free up a zone, we have Yuki Onna who can bring back the Sun Saga. We literally went back a meta. I mean, it's just the nature of the Meta Weekly. It can happen sometimes. You don't need to win as many matches. You know, these players, for example, are 4-0. But no, going back to what you were saying, Reseline, there's no shot you put anything Albaz related in the selection box. Like, that would absolutely... people would lose their goddamn minds. Gozu, that's the player up top. Madara made top 8 with red... Yeah, no. Madara is a prolific, player as far when it comes to the Red Eye Zombie. Do you want support for Infernity? Not particularly. We don't know about that Skywings. But we should be getting it in the semi-near future, most likely. Something like, yo, we're about to, we're releasing the Dogmatica, or sorry, the Albaz lore decks. Like, from here on out, the Dogmatica, or the Albaz lore decks are coming, I think, is a way to capture people again in the same way that something like Orcus did. Now, I don't know if specifically Dogmatica is enough, but I think if, like, the next box after that has Tri-Brigade, something like Tri-Brigade is definitely a way to be like, hey, we're moving in that direction. Why don't you come check this out again? Get poppin'. Pop 2 here. Okay. I feel like Unchained has a bad Red Eye Zombie matchup. Probably. Gets yoinkin'. Crackdown, steal the Sun Saga. Show us a Blue Eyes. That is not a Blue Eyes. All right, we will scoop it up. Prepare to go to game number 3. Oh my god, why are we... Worst timing for ads.
Duel.
Gozu goes first. Congrats. We are on ads, yes. Sorry about that. I'm actually going to go ahead and we're going to wait. We will wait for edges to end. Bentai! Bentai wants to dodge the edges. Subscribing with the Prime. 11 months. What's up, Bentai? How you doing? I hate Gozu so much because I know every time we get to play against each other, he'll be on Blue Eyes and me Red Eyes Zombie, and at least go first 2x without me having a way to stop Sanafond. Have you considered main decking Effect Veiler? Chalice doesn't work because you activate Sanafond on your turn before they can hit it. Tag Duel Tour Guide has Ghost Ogre. Unironically, I think Ghost Ogre would go pretty hard. Even more than Ash. I think Ghost Ogre would low-key be one of the stronger hand traps in Duel Links. In most matchups. Not all of them, obviously. All right, game 3. Is that a 3,742 win streak? Yes.
Duel.
All right, leading things off, we're going to go Bingo Machine Go. Brings out a Blue Eyes White Dragon. Chronicle for his Soul Successor. Links off into an Imduck. Not able to Sanafon. Okay, hold. Hold. No Sanafond. We're going to negate the Chang-Chi. Samurai Skull, get dumping. Goes for the Vampire Sucker here. I mean, you guys are talking mess, but Madara's in a really good spot here. Let's be honest. I mean, it's not crazy, but it's not awful either. Like, there's going to be some back and forth here. That is my current win streak in Rush Duel, Soup. Forbidden Droplet! Negate the Imduck. Bruh. Kisara, why don't you believe me? Wow. How many players is Earth Defense Force 6 going to be? Is it 4? No, it's probably just 2. Damn. Do I hate Starry Night? Yes. Bad deck. Okay. Dumping an Al Ghul Mizera here. I mean, is there anything we can even do here? Don't we just lose? We can go for Sun Saga. Sun Saga can pop. We have even if we have the spell, whatever we go into just gets popped. We can pop in return. We do hit the ultimate fusion. Is there a reason to not activate there? We could... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, no. Had we activated, we just protect with Al Ghul Mizera, which will come back to the field, then we can revive, and it would have been lethal. I'm aware, Hans. I was just trying to see... I just realized he actually would have had lethal had he done that. Because of the Al Ghul Mizera. We've accounted for 2 of the blue eyes. I don't think we can activate our skill here. Wait, no, never mind. I lied. Okay, going for the twin burst here. Set a back row. Okay, hold. We're suddenly back into the game. Algol Mizera. But we will get to banish it. Wait, right? Yes. We can activate Zombie Reborn here to set, but that's irrelevant for the moment. So the attack does go through, meaning it is not Crackdown or Successor Soul or the like. Is a delay, so it could be Droplet. It's the zombie. Oh, right. Duh. If we have Crackdown, do we immediately activate it? Nope. No Crackdown. It is, in fact, Chalice. Negate. Keeps the card in hand. What the heck is the card if we're keeping it in hand? Tightroid. We do have another Unizombie. A second copy of Chalice. Negate! This is a kind of high-stakes Yu-Gi-Oh! That gets Gozu's blood pumping. It is, in fact, Melody of Awakening Dragon. Search for an alternative. Search for a Blue Eyes White Dragon. Summon, summon. Likely go into either Sanafond or... No, you wouldn't go Sanafond there. I think you would just go... Dingirsu. All right. Well, congratulations, Gozu. You are once again the Duel Links Meta Weekly Grand Champion. Appreciate you, my dude. Madara, congratulations on your second place as well. Oh my goodness. We gotten any more updates? Take one last little peek. I guess we can take this opportunity to talk about the rush stuff a little bit. See deck lists and tier lists. Deck lists are, they'll be on the website. Random Plox gets the article up pretty quickly. Did I react to the tier list yet? No. I can if we need to. We're going to talk about Rush. Alrighty. So, what changes do we have? Still no tier 1 decks. Same tier 2. Tier 3 with Infernoble and Shadal, with one going up, one coming down. With Shadal's demotion, the top player council are fairly confident that Borrowlink, Performage, and Unchained constitutes the decks to beat in the format. However, there is still no consensus on a deck that stands above the rest to a degree that one would expect in the typical meta. Thus, we have another week without a tier 1 deck. With recent announcements, we will have to see if this will change with a new content injection to the card pool. The only thing I would personally suggest is if there is an argument to put Unchained into tier 1, but I don't mind what they're doing here with this concept. I have heard some disagreements where it's like, oh, if there's no tier 1, then everything just gets bumped up. It's about sending a message. I get it. It's whatever. I personally, if you absolutely need to put a tier 1, it's Unchained. But I don't think it's like so far above that it's like out of line with these other decks. This one's an interesting one because I don't know if I don't know if I agree necessarily like that it specifically, but what I do like that it represents is that tier 3 is just very wide open. You can kind of put whatever you want here. I agree with all of these decks in general. And this one is just like an extra like cherry on top. Was there any Infernobles? There were some Infernoble. There was an Infernoble in today's tournament. Yes, they got top 8. Blue Eyes is in a weird position this format where it doesn't necessarily have a winning matchup against the other decks, but it's also but it's also ignorant to many of the popular techs running around. This is true. The deck still sees some tournament success here and there, but much less than prior formats. Is Dark Fluid considered rogue? Yes. We occasionally see people play the deck, but it is very much a, you may top with it, but you're going to be like the one person topping with it. I do think there's an argument to be made for putting Sacred Beast in tier 2. It's a safe pick to bring to tournaments and the like. However, I believe it's in a spot where it's better than the tier 3 decks, but not particularly better than the tier 2 decks. The deck just feels too reliant on resolving Fallen Paradise and snowballing the game off of drawn techs. I agree. Hand traps can prevent this from happening, and a board with multiple interactions poses a threat to the deck. Sure, I agree. Shadal has not been seeing much success. So I think the interesting thing about Shadal is that Shadal is just one of those decks that, how to put it, you may not win, but you're not going to lose easily a lot of the time. The deck will give you chances to win the game, but oftentimes that's not enough. Infernoble Knight is the most synergistic deck using Revolution Defleurs, but it has the same weaknesses as the others of its kind. A lackluster turn 1, although it is slightly better if you can end on Charles, Gearfried, plus Battle and Boxer Veil. Going second, Infernoble can take full advantage of the Floor engine by swarming the field with level 8 monsters, opening up extra deck plays alongside Gearfried, which is a very powerful boss monster, adding negation and monster stealing. So sure. Although Infernoble Knight isn't seeing much play, I believe it's strong enough to be on the tier list. It's the best Fluor variant into hand trap, since a lot of its 2-card combos are able to play through Skullmeister and still end on an indestructible, untargetable Charles plus Gearfried by skipping the Haster line and immediately climbing into Roland Charles. The deck is also not vulnerable to Effect Veiler like other Fluor variants. If you start your turn with Ogier, they will need to negate it, which means you can still end on Charles and 2 searches in the end phase. When going second, the deck still has a few options. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I mean, thank you. As always, a major shout out to the members of the TPC who share their thoughts and continue the legacy continue the, I don't know how to put this, the TPC legacy. One of the things that I have always personally loved about Deal. I honestly wish Master Duel had its own TPC as well. Are we just not going to post? Hello? Okay, so I did want to talk a little bit about the Rush stuff as well. So we did talk about the fact that there were the IDs added for the Rush Dual Fusion monster types, which means that it is very likely that we will start seeing the Rush Dual Fusions in the near future. But that's probably not going to be relevant to us for, I would guess, a couple months at this point. What is going to be relevant are the new skills, which are likely hinting at whatever Rush Duel box that we're going to be getting. I think we'll come to the Roman one last because I actually think that this one likely is the most interesting one. Luke's skill. This skill can be used only if monsters with 1300 attack or more attack in the deck are dragon type monsters, and there is at most one level 6 or higher light attribute monster. So only one Dragius. So which garbage versions of Dragius are they trying to force on you now? So it looks like the one that we already have, the Steel Strike. We have this one, yes. And then a new one, Illusion Strike Dragon, Miragius. Okay, so this one I remember being pretty bad. What about this one? So, level 7, 2500, Dark. Send one level 7 or higher Dragon-type monster from your hand to the graveyard. So already off to a terrible start. Up to 2 face-up level 7 or lower monsters on your opponent's field. Lose 1500 attack until the end of the turn. Okay, that's potentially good unless they're playing defensive. This turn, if this card destroyed a monster by battle, it can make a second attack on a monster during that battle phase. So already, both of these requiring you to send level 7 or higher for their effect is really bad. Add one, so that... Okay, so you have to have normal summoned one of them. Add one dark attribute monster with 2500 attack from your deck to your hand. For the rest of this turn, have the battle damage you inflict from a battle involving your dark attribute level 7 monsters. So you get to add one of these cards for free after you summon one of them to trigger the effect. But that also means what? You're gonna have to like play a bunch of bricks in your deck. You're playing a bunch of bricks in your deck to be able to do what Dragius does, but worse. This is a bad skill. Just like the skill that focused on Metageus, this is an extremely bad skill. Asana. This skill can be used if your deck contains 5 or more level 5 or higher monsters. That's a... Okay, sure. So, before your normal draw, if there's a face-up field spell in either field, one of the cards from your normal draw this turn will be Constructor Worm Build Dragon from your deck. Okay, this is ass. Now let's get to the one that I actually have read and has potential to be good, but at the same time, it's psychic, so it's already inherently bad. Not bad technically. I don't want to waste a skill on a Draw Sense boss monster. Okay, Roman skill. This skill can be used if the only monsters with 1400 or more attack in your deck are psychic type. Can be used on turn 2 onward. Choose one psychic type monster on your field. Change it to level 5 until the end of the turn. If it was Can D, you can add one light attribute psychic type level 7 monster or one jam up from your deck to the hand. Now, the thing that this is going to be hinting at is a pretty cringe boss monster. This one right here. Can Melody require... So level... First of all, very important. Level 7, 2400. So it's got a bad attack stat. So keep that in mind. It loses in battle to every boss monster in the game. Return one face-up level 5 or higher monster from your field to the hand, which your skill will list, will be due. Shuffle one face-down card from your opponent's field into the deck. Then, if your life points are lower than your opponent's, you can add one level 1 psychic type normal monster from your graveyard to your hand. So, what you have to do is summon, bring out Melody. So that's 3 cards to get her out. Then you have to have a 4th monster, which you would then use the effect to make it level 5. Same stats as Innovator. Oh, I didn't realize that hold on. What's the highest attack stat that Melody can boost itself to, Giorfio? Out of curiosity. Because as far as I'm aware, I'm pretty sure it's 2400. So let's assume best case scenario, you boost a Candy to level 5, return it to hand, so you get to spin a face down. If it was Candy, you can add one light attribute psychic type level 7. So psychic, light, level 7. Which is Canredi, which is trash. Or Prima Gitarna. So you add Prima, I assume you're going to add Prima Gitarna. So you could potentially add, if you have lower life points, you can add another level 1 back. So you went normal, Melody, normal, activate it, return it to the hand, add the Prima Gitarna. So you can go, and then you add the level 1 from your graveyard. So you normal, Prima. So your ending field on that is Melody and Prima Gitarna. And that takes 6 cards to do. Wait. Normal, tribute over. Effect, normal, add. Yeah. So for the low cost of your entire hand, you can end with Melody and Prima Gitarna. Do we feel that's good? I mean, it's kind of good. Paco, have you ever seen machines summon out 2 boss monsters in the same turn? Because I'm pretty sure you can already do that. And it takes less cards. Because you go normal, innovator, and then like bicorn effect, another high level. So you can do it in 5. And innovator can boost. It's more cards. How is it more cards? What are you talking about? You can actually potentially do it in 4 cards. Psychic do it in 4? What? Normal, normal, melody. Third normal. Skill. And psychics can potentially... I don't know about that. Anyways, suffice it to say, I don't think this actually makes psychics a top. Like, if we're gonna do the tier, like if you do the tier list still, does psychics do anything over machines? No. Machines will still absolutely body the deck. Because also keep in mind that psychics still lose negate attack. And now psychics can play Essel. I mean, okay. What synergy do we have there? Other than getting lucky going second. What's it? The synergy with machines is the recycle. Do psychics have a recycle? Okay. Do psychics have a recycle that is being used? You cannot say seal array. Jamp start gives infinite resources. What are you talking about? What? You never die to deck out. That's, first of all, that's cap, bro. You're talking about Roman pick, the one we have one of that you don't see most games? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this skill's enough. I don't think melody is enough. Psychics, in my opinion, will still be a cope deck. And I think anybody saying otherwise is just trying to delude themselves. Will the deck be better? Sure. But, like, that's like saying that, okay, it was only a 7-car pile-up car crash instead of a 9-car. Is it technically better? Yes. There's potential. I don't know about that. I'm being a little overly dramatic here, I will admit that, but I'll be honest, like, here's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the fact, I want you guys to I want you to judge this. Okay? We're going to look at melody. Okay? This is the card that is originally it is based off of. Okay? They have created a skill that removes the atrocious requirement for a mediocre effect. Okay? I want you to keep that in mind. This card, you needed to return a level 5 or higher. They've made that a little bit easier. But, number one, your 2400 attack. If you are losing attack points, away from 2,500, which means that you will lose every single trade, no matter what, to every other boss monster in the game. You will never be able to wall them off. What are you getting in return? And then you look at a card. I want you to look at a card like this. Okay? You are 2,400 attack. But in exchange for that 2,400 attack, you get piercing and the ability to boost larger than a maximum summon. In what world is this card on that level? This card, in my opinion, seems cope and bad. This is not a boss monster. This is a throwaway monster that you put in your binder and you're just like, oh, I like the art on it. But you're never going to play it because it's bad. So, I don't know. I'm being, like I said, I'm being a little bit overly dramatic, but it just feels like one of, like, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of, like, all these bad Geas monsters that they make a skill for. And you're like, well, okay, your skill is trying to make this card slightly less bad, but you're still a bad card. Like, at the end of the day, even with the skill, yeah, you're slightly less bad because the skill kind of fixes some of the problems, but you're still a bad card. I get that impression from Melody. You compare one of the best cards ever printed and even relevant in today's physical meta. Oh, they released the card in the game. I can only judge based on what I see and what is in the game. If you want to make Psychics a good deck, you have to do better than this. I'm sorry. This is not enough. Is it better than every other Psychic skill we've gotten? Yes. Is it enough? In my opinion, no. I think Psychics will still fundamentally have the same problem they have, which is every single one of their boss monsters is bad. They unnecessarily get punished by the ban list limitations. There is absolutely no reason that the Psychic cards that are limit 2 and limit 3 should be limited, but they are, because I don't know. Konami doesn't want the deck to do anything, I guess. So, we'll see. But regardless, so what can we expect from the Rush Duel mini box? Likely Psychic support, likely that whatever this bad Dragius wannabe monster is. This skill doesn't necessarily say that we're going to be getting any more worm stuff, but because it is a just any field spell, the other worm field spell is a potential. Tomato mentioned this, for example, the one that makes it so your worms are only 1 tribute instead of 2. Maybe we'll get that. Could be interesting. Gantry. $2,500, already off to a good start. A face-up field spell is on the field. Special summon 1 constructor worm build dragon from the graveyard. Yeah, sure. Bring this. That'd be good. So, will be interesting to know when we actually get these. Will they release this alongside the Speed Duel stuff, or will they wait slightly into August? Who knows? But at least we have an idea that we're going to be getting new support. I don't expect this stuff to do anything. These 2 decks might do something, though. So I think we will have at least one new deck with another. Both these decks are kind of there, but we'll see. We'll both see them more and different versions of them. So that's good. Definitely excited for that. I would like our Rush Duel players to have some exciting new content to engage with. It's most likely for Asuna's rerun. Fair. That makes sense. Alrighty, guys. I am going to take this opportunity to go ahead and end it here, though. Thank you very much for participating in the tournament if you did so, and for hanging out with the stream. I will likely, for those of you that don't know, one of my favorite video game series of all time is finally getting its Western release here. The most recent game, which is Earth Defense Force 6. I don't normally stream anything but Yu-Gi-Oh! But I'm gonna keep it real with you guys. I love these games so goddamn much. They're amazing. So I will likely be streaming it on Thursday. That series looks like stolen assets. Sure. It's amazing though. That game is incredible. I have played every single version of that game that has come over to the US. I will fight and die for Earth. I will lay my body on the line for the EDF. But anyways, should be fun. So if you're interested in that sort of stuff, look forward to that. Like I said, probably Thursday. Grand Prix like normal on Wednesday. And then we will likely... It depends on when we get the new cards, but whenever we get them, we will have a new... we will have a ladder climbing stream with the new cards. So that will be... what, the 29th, I guess? Probably. It might be, well, no, so that'll be Meta Weekly, so it'll be on Tuesday that week, probably. Anyways, let's go raid somebody. Thank you for hanging out, everyone. Raid a channel. Looks like Giran is online, so we're gonna raid the boy. Broad Network Battle Room. Support the boy. I adore Giran.